Checking audio. Sounds good. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Discourager of Hesitancy, where most of the time we are building a game with no game engine. Tomorrow is Variety Day, and we'll be probably compilers. Yes. The mission today is to fix the bad-looking new texture-based buttons. So let's take a look at the list. I wrote some notes to myself after stream yesterday. So yesterday we've got the texture-based button work mostly done, except for it doesn't look good. So I have some ideas to try. I'm going to the shell. / source builds debug. So our buttons don't look like the old color based ones. The corners look fine, actually, but they're not being stretched. So I think it's the fact that we're putting now. Yeah, so we were testing which quad goes where, which texture coordinates go where with these colors here. And all of that's correct. So we know the texture quads are right. We know that the UVs are right because the corners look right, right? We would expect this diagonal here. We'd expect this diagonal here. We'd expect this one to be all dark and this one to be all light. But what's happening is these bars and this center area look wrong. So that's what we're going to be looking at first. That's where we left off. And we had some ideas in our journal. All right, son was trying to wander into the stream. My fear, though, is he's too cute, and then you guys won't listen to me. I'm just joking. He's running around without a shirt on, and probably shouldn't be running about in public without being fully dressed. I mean, he's only 3, though, so not too big of a deal. Okay. So let's get the beverage of choice ready for whatever you're working on. And then we'll dive right in. So first idea was, well, and we actually sort of tried this yesterday, but I was not thinking clearly. We have clamp to edge set for the textures by default. And I put GL repeat for some reason in this call, not this call. So we're just gonna do that real quick and just see if anything looks better. If it makes parts of it look better and other parts look worse, depending on what we get, then we'll know what to do, if that's the issue. And I could actually see that. Problem is then my button would have to be using 3 different textures. So that does not look better. Looks the same. Actually, let's go fix the texture. I forgot I left that green box in there. So let's take that out. I guess we could show GIMP while we're doing that. If things would stop flashing on the screen. Okay. Then in OBS, we show GIMP. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, there's GIMP. So yeah, we just had this layer here for checking the UV coordinates. We're gonna just hide it. Images, image replace, export. And that should be all the texture work we need to do for a while. Get back in the code. So that made not a difference in any of the areas that we wanted. So that's very sad. We did experiment. What if we made the button texture high resolution? So, or the other thought I had was borders. Around UV areas. Part of me kind of doesn't want to. So actually, let's bring back up GIMP. Let's bring GIMP back up. Let's talk about a couple of things here. Okay. So here we are. And right now we're just dealing with the normal button textures to keep things simple. So let's turn the green test back on. Let's duplicate it. Let's make some different color tests so I can show what I can see a little more clearly. What is going on? This is not the move selection. No, not move selection. I want to move layer. There we go. So let's make this one nice, violent red. All right. Move. So if we make this one, what, maybe like blue? Sure. texture. Okay, then duplicate one more time. Let's see what's it called. Magenta. We can do a nice magenta. Move the magenta layer there. Select everything. Fill with. Yeah, nice magenta. Okay. Now. Export as this new texture. Okay, so in here, tools bin /embed PNGs. Get the new texture in there. / oh, we get to need to build. Button. Low effort Z. Nobody expects the blue. That's right. So we're gonna show what it is we're looking at here. So if you can see down here in this blue area, like there's some of that magenta spilled over and something else. Like I don't know what that's about. This one doesn't extend all the way to the top of that bar. There's a line there. Huh. Those corners look okay. That green does not. So I'm wondering, let's see. Well, let's go to, ouch, that's hideous. Let's make the screen big. Since there's no scaling, sandbox. So you can see a little bit, well, maybe you can't. Since it's scaled down. Oh, and GIMP is hiding everything, so turn off the GIMP. Let's make the game window larger. There, now maybe you can see the colors better. So the red around these corners and the magenta look okay. I actually think the magenta comes out one extra pixel here. Kind of looks like. Nope, doesn't. And then the red somehow bleeds some green in here. Right here. So where the red and the green disagree, then the green picks up something dark blue here maybe, and the blue, I don't know what it's doing there. Maybe it's picking up an alpha channel because it's next to an alpha. Then blue is picking up some magenta there. So if we look back at the GIMP window, blue was next to magenta. Let's see, where's my GIMP? Blue was next to magenta. Green was picking up some blue from here. And red was... And is that green one... Is that green one off by a pixel? It looks like it's shifted a pixel. So green is the right. Let's go to button. Where we set up the quads. Right edge. I2 minus I1, that's fine. It's the width. That should not be off by a pixel. Okay, but anyway, but the colors are bleeding across the boundaries. And I still have GIMP up. This is going to be one of those days, isn't it? Make the button really big? Yes, we can. I need to keep track of what all is on screen. Okay, so let's just make it bigger. So let's see here. We decided the edge width is 12. Let's make it 36. And in settings, scene, or we do layout. Here. We'll make it much larger. Oops. Oh, not setting the scene. Oops. I want to do that. I want to do it in our sandbox scene. Here we are. Big button. Width and height. Let's go all the way to 750 and 250. We'll just make it ginormous. Big space is not being used. Oh no, it is being used. Let's make it 100 pixels off. Frame width divided by half. Okay. So we'll make it more huger. Okay. So like I said, the corners look perfect. There's even some red and gray spilling into the magenta from the texture. Yep, that makes sense. Okay, so maybe we just need to put a border around the colors so they don't bleed into each other. Green, red, that's okay. I think we just add spacing and more colors around things. See, that's fixing the texture when I'm not sure that the texture is the problem. I'm not sure why it's going over 1 pixel unless they got my UVs is wrong. Except that the colors are bleeding on both ends. So if I was had an off by 1 error, I expect only an issue at this end, and at the bottom. I would not expect any issue at both ends. So we can probably fix the texture, make it look okay. Is that what we do? Makes me sad. It's mathematically, I think I'm right. Of course, that means very little to the computer. Is it right on click or whatever the reverse image? No, so left, right are correct. So let me pop that back up. So basically this matches the layout of the texture itself. This green that's bleeding into this red bar is because the red box is next to the green box. And the green box being next to the blue box bleeds a little bit of this blue in here. Blue here is picking up a little bit of dark gray from what's next to it, or maybe it's alpha. It looks like it's an alpha that's bleeding over. Over here, the blue is next to the magenta in the base texture. So the magenta is picking up a little bit of gray because of what's below it, and it's picking up a little bit of red above. And the corners are correct. So I expect this corner to be light on top, dark on bottom, light on top, dark on bottom, dark gray, light gray. So the corners are right. There's no left-right flip. There's no vertical flip. And these are not bleeding colors. These little ones, it's the ones that are stretched out that are bleeding colors. And I actually don't want them to stretch anyway. I want them to repeat only in a certain axis. So maybe we need to go to 3 textures. How bad do I want to do three textures and set up the texture behavior differently? I guess we have to. That stretching is not going to work for us here. So I'll have button corners, button edges, and button center textures. They don't have to be big textures. I think that's what we need. All right. Oh, back to GIMP. You're bleeding one way, right? No, I'm bleeding on both edges. The color bleeds both directions. It's not easy to see on all edges, but this red is definitely picking up the green on this edge, and it is picking up some gray off this edge. This magenta has a tiny bit of red at the top and a little bit of gray at the bottom. This blue is picking up some magenta and some alpha, because this is the farthest right pixel in the texture that has any information. I think this green is picking up nothing because it's on the actual corner. It's on the top. So it's not going to pick up anything. It's going to clamp that. But this one's being stretched down into the blue that's below it. So we're getting color bleed on both ends. So fire up GIMP again. So we're going to do corners. Yeah, this is going to be slightly unfortunate. We need corners, which can be clamped. We need edges, which will be repeated on one axis or the other. And then we will need the center, which is repeated on both axes. I think that's the rule. Is that a blue strip on type right when you hover? So let's see here. Can I show both at once? If I go to OBS, if I change the size of this. Okay. So the red is bleeding out the left to the dark gray and to the right with the green. The blue is bleeding into the magenta on the left and alpha on the right. Magenta is bleeding into the red, bleeding red above it, and below it it's got a very light gray. The green is actually clamped on the top axis, so that's good. But then it is bleeding blue on the bottom. Does that make sense? I think I've showed both. So when I hover, it should just be alpha bleeding. So this is an alpha bleed, and this is an alpha bleed, and this is an alpha bleed, because the bars are in different locations in the texture. Or, yeah. It's bleeding alpha to our black background. Pretty sure. Because we can see the... So what you're looking at is... Where? Too many windows open. This, next to this, you're going to see this dark gray bleed in on that side. You'll see alpha bleed in on this side. Yeah. But we do want the texture to repeat along the bars anyway, so I think regardless of anything else, we need to just make 3 textures. Because we can't, yeah. It's per texture, not per quad, that I set the repeat versus scale. So, we'll make a new one. These will not need to, well, let's make them square. New layer, transparent. I don't like these white layers. I want to see, no, not duplicate, delete. I have to look around my microphone from this angle. Okay, over here are the corners, which we can just grab. Copy, paste. Hello? So many paste options. How do I know which one I want? I don't see it. Oh, I know why. Because this is the normal colors layer. Which we'll put somewhere. And then we have cover corners. Oops. Don't move it. Which we'll select. Copy, paste. And then move. Then we'll get the other corners. We will box select active corners. Because these we do want to clamp. Copy and paste. 2 new layer, move. So really, we can make this a 64 by 64 and have plenty of room. Resize. There we go. A little bit less wasted space. All right. Save as. Okay. Active projects versus assets images. Okay, so this is going to be button corners 1. File. Export as button corners 1. Okay, new texture. 64, 64. I really wish they would not autofill with that. I would for transparency. So this one is going to get the edges. Covered edges. Image. Did we? So those are top left and right edges, which is fine. Image. Canvas size, we can make this 32 wide and be fine. Resize. Okay. Save. Button edges 1. New one. Let's make it 32 by 32. And we're just going to fill it with this color. So where's my eyedropper tool? Eyedropper. Where's eyedropper? We want this light gray. Shift E for bucket. There we go. Save as button center. Okay. We will have to lay out the UVs for these guys separately, but we can set different stretching rules for each of the textures. Maybe that will fix it. I'm new to this OpenGL stuff, so I have a mental model and it's not always accurate. So we're just going to learn as we go. Export to button corners 1. Seems fair. Export as button edges 1. Seems legit. Export as button center. Okay. Now, let's see here. OBS. We can hide the GIMP. I can shrink this down a little bit. I wish this would maintain its aspect ratio, but that's apparently too difficult. Whatever. All right, Emacs. So we need to update our images.text. Did we save this work at all? The other thing we want to do before we commit as a save point is put, yeah, disconnect the edge. Okay. Save point while debugging texture button appearance. Okay. So in images.text, we now have button corners 1. Which will have the button edges 1. And then lastly, button center. This one is going from 0, 0. What did I set it to? 32 by 32? Okay, button corners. Button edges 1. We'll just make this read not numbered. Okay, so right, bottom right. This is going to complicate some things that we'd make very simple before. Okay. So top left hover, top right hover, bottom right, bottom left, top left, top right, bottom right, bottom left. Okay, I think button corners, we changed the active. Instead of moving down, so we move 24 up. Why can't I think? 32? $36. There we go. We instead move 12 over this way. 12, 24, 24, 12. So that should be all the button corners, which is not a texture we had a problem with. Do I need to add a new feature to our embedding? Let me get some gum. We are not going to start with that, but we may want to in the end. The edges were all offset by 24, so we can just subtract 24 from everything in that column. Ooh, we can use both a macro and interpreted Emacs list to do that for us. Here we go. This is not hard. Search for parentheses. Then we're going to subtract 12 from that. Execute the previous S expression. Mark. Search backwards. Open friends. Delete. Next line. F4. There we go. No. That's so close. We want to subtract 24. So we edit our macro. We subtract 24. 1, 2, 3. Okay. All of that was in a single line. Easy peasy. Nice. Except now we just take a little macro for Search for. Oh, never mind. We'll just do it by hand. This is. And all is in alignment again. Button edges. Edges. We only used. Okay, well, the edges are wrong. Oh no, they're just flipped, right? So for hover, it's 1224, 1236. I didn't think about that. It doesn't matter. We're coming back to that. We can set up UVs later. You know what? This one doesn't need a UV. It's just the whole image. Is that everything? We know we'll have to redeal with those. And we don't care. Do we care? I think we just subtract 24 from everything. Call that good. We'll see it later. Brings us to Buck, which is now very sad. We cannot do this in a simple loop. I liked doing that in a simple loop, but we can't do it. What we need now are 3 textures. Texture corners. Texture edges. Texture center. Then so let's do the corners first. Quad, top L, corner. We'll get text corners. Top L, top R. Font L and R. Okay. Then we'll do the edges. Top, edge, edges, there we go. Top, edge, right, left. Yeah. Lastly, quad center. Okay, so we now have 3 textures in here. The reason for that is in texture. Void set. Let's see here. What are my options? Clamp. Let's see here. GL. Repeat. What are the other options for? Actually, We can
You weren't needing me right then anyway.
texture.
Go trickle it down there so I can. I don't know what
Feel texture wrap.
Push that. Okay.
This is what we need to search for. Texture wrap can be one of these values. Can be clamped to edge, mirrored repeat, or GL repeat. Those are the three options. Macaroni enumeration of this enum class. It's called wrap. And equals a thing. Eat. And I guess mirrored repeat. Maybe somebody will play with that, but definitely not yet. Let's see reason for it. Okay. Wrap. Pretty sure I have to bind the texture to update it. Okay, so texture. It's going to have bool underscore is wrap dirty. Then we need m underscore x axis wrap and y axis wrap. That it? Oh, then we need to set wrap. That's a function we need. Set wrap. X axis. Wrap y axis. Maybe we can get everything we need this way. If m underscore x-axis wrap is not equal to x-axis, or y-axis wrap is not equal to our new y-axis value, then m underscore x-axis wrap equals x-axis. Same thing for y. Oops. Okay. Getting clever for myself. M underscore is wrap dirty equals true. We need some defaults. M underscore is wrap dirty true. X-axis wrap will be I think texture, wrapping, plan, and Y as well. That should change none of the behaviors from before. If underscore wrap is wrap dirty, then we do a little extra work. Okay, this one. X axis wrap and underscore Y axis wrap. There, I think. That's all we need to do. When we find a texture, we say, do we need to update our wrapping at all? That's it. Otherwise, we just don't bind anything in those values. So we're going to copy. We have 3 constructors to work with. There. Okay, is that everything I need? So in, it's not going to build, is it? So in button, corners will clamp. Texture edges. No. Dang it. So some of the edges need to repeat vertically, some of them need to repeat horizontally, but I can't have them mixed. I need button edges in 2 pieces. Corners clamp, edges stretch vertically and horizontally, or repeat vertically and horizontally, and the center will repeat. So at least we can do that. Text, center, set, wrap, to texture wrap, repeat, texture wrap, repeat. I need 4 textures. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I need the vertical and I need the horizontal ones in different textures. Oh. Let's do it for now. I'm thinking of ways that we can pack everything into a single image and read textures out as subsections of that image, and the UVs would be carved out from that subsection. But that is all premature. We should write a note though in our to do. or in our journal. This is all notional. This is repeat. Doesn't fix anything. Breaking texture into multiple parts. Has to be 4 to get the repeat clamp in all the right orientations. Center is repeat, repeat. Corners. Vertical edges need to clamp X and repeat of the Y. Horizontal edges need to repeat X and clamp Y. Okay. So that might make sense. To the carved out portion. Computed in the carved out portion. Okay, so those are some notes. So back into button. Texture edges, we have to break into 2 parts now. Again, if this all works, we may refactor the whole shooting match to take textures as subsections of an image. Although, if we do that, so let's write another note to ourselves. Journal. However, the above texture as subsection of larger image might not work well with toy image format embedded. That is a consideration. We're not going to go down any roads until we think things through a bit. All right. So back to GIMP. We need the texture to come in different parts. If there's somebody in the audience who is an expert at OpenGL, knows what to do, what I'm open to suggestions. Until then, I'm not looking on Stack Overflow. I think we can arrive at a reasonable, now maybe not solution, but arrive at something reasonable. Okay, here's another possibility while I'm thinking out loud. alternatively be able to load multiple textures from a single image. Right now I'm preventing this. When you ask for a texture by name, it looks up the image, and if you look up the image again, it's just going to return the same texture. It's not going to reload the texture. We do that to keep the number of textures small so that it's not constantly adding to our GPU memory. But there might be times when I really do want two textures with different behaviors. So we'll consider that. Okay. So back to GIMP. All right, edges. Edges just became much, much simpler, or will become much simpler. Because we have to separate vertical and horizontal edges, which means, first of all, make a new image. I think we'll make it 32 by 32. It'll be fine. Will it not reorder? Oh, good heavens, it won't reorder. Ah! It didn't save that. Okay. Well, center's not interesting. This one. Do 32 by 32. I always have to look around my microphone at that end of the screen. So let's blow this up. This is going to be the vertical, I guess. Box select. Copy. That's not what I want. Oh, I see. Two there. There we go. Box. Let's grab the vertical portion. Really? That did not work. Fixed. There we go. So this is now the right normal edge. What the? I did not want that tool at all. I want the rectangular selection tool. Thank you. That'll be the left edge normal. Then we want the this is the top, well, left. That'll be the left edge hover. And then the right edge hover be this one. So button, vertical edges. And this one needs to be trimmed down to just the horizontal ones. So that goes away. And this goes away. This is the top, so this would be the bottom, I guess. Top and bottom. We can merge those together. And we need a top bar. And a bottom bar. This rectangle will go away, delete, layer. Image. Canvas size, 32 by 32. It's not like we're actually using up that much more space. Button edges 1, we'll need to rename that. And button V edges. These are the horizontal edges, vertical edges. Let's go rename that file real quick. This is the part where I get to explore and try cool new things without worrying about what someone else did or what somebody else thinks is the right way. I'm just going to play around with this. Assets, image, until I find something that works. So button edges 1, we are going to rename to H edges. Oh, V edges needs to be renamed as well. Let's close that one. There we go. Oops. There we go. Let's see here. Layer, image size. Might as well merge everything down. No reason to have layers. Perfect. And we can put some guidelines along at 12, at 24, just so that when we go back to change things later, it's all clean and clear. But similar with this one. Let's see, let's save that file, export as. Zero, 0, 12, 4, 12, 24. Right, just merge everything down. Okay. Save, export as vertical edges. Sure hope this is all worth it. The vertical edges want to repeat on the y-axis with the clamp. Horizontal want to be 8 this way. Okay, so parts of this are just about ready. The last piece of this is to H horizontal edges and the vertical edges. Okay, so horizontal edges are top, bottom, top and bottom, top and bottom. The vertical are right, left. And those values don't make any sense anymore, so we go update our UV info. Dum, dum, dum. Just a moment.
There's others.
Right. Okay, so the sprinkler system needs to be looked at. It's a toasty warm day down here, so I'm going to, I guess, pause briefly here, and we will resume shortly. Okay, we're back. All right, back to groping about in the dark. See if we can figure out how to make this all work. Um, so I'm staring at the GIMP images to work out the new UV coordinates for, I'm going to start with the horizontal. So the top normal is at 0, 0, 12, 12, that's fine. Bottom normal will be at 0, 12, so it'll be down below. Then the top hover, when we're hovering, is at 12, 0. The bottom hover is at 12, 12. The top active will be 12, 12, and the bottom active will be 12, 0. I think that's that. Just double checking. Basically, the top hover, the bottom active are the same. Bottom hover, top active are the same. Basically, the colors invert when we click. Press down, mouse down rather. The click is mouse down and release. Okay, I'm looking over at the vertical one. The right normal is at 0. And left normal is below that. So that's correct. Right hover is dark, so that's 0. That's 12, 0. Left hover is below that, so 12 and 12. Right active is the same as left hover, so 12, 12. Left active is the same as right hover, which is 12, 0. Okay. So much fun. One thing we could do is, well, now we're not gonna. We ain't gonna. So we have to go in here. I had a handy command for this. There we go. CD into tools and bin. Embed our new images. Now in button, everything's become even more complicated. We get button H. We set the clamp. Okay. So that is that. Set text, set rectangle, update render. I almost want to break this out into, well, we can clean this up later. Okay, the geometry doesn't matter. We're all happy with that. This is the part where we can no longer use these nice conveniences at all. Rather, we have to go through it one of these at a time. Okay, step 1. Okay. For macros, comma, image warehouse UV key, XYZ. Do we take a closer look at that? Now, center. And we'll set it. It's fine. These ones, we go to image tag, images.text. Is there a consistent offset? Also of curiosity. Well, no. Right, left, right. Okay. Think. So I have the state. Okay. Top left corner. Oh. Top left normal. Top normal. Right normal. Right normal. Bottom right normal. Bottom normal. Left normal. Left normal. Okay. Now, what you need is a corner offset and a edge offset. If state equals button state down. Yes, this way. And our corner offsets are +4. Our edge offsets are 2. M__ cover. We have a cover. We have an offset. Images.text. 1, 2, 3, 4 to hover, 8 to active, 2 to hover, 4 to active. So actually, we can make this even simpler, but that's fine. 2, 4, twice as many. So our corner offset equals edge offset times 2. Okay, so everything that is a corner we take the normal, we add the offset, and cast it all back. Int plus corner offset like that. It ain't pretty, but it should work. Much less convenient than the previous way we had it done. Okay, so let's see if we can make a pattern out of that. We're going to cast it. Cast that. Plus corner offset. All together. Get a little messy here. Okay, this one's getting very similar treatment, except instead of corner offset, it's edge. That should do it. Okay, what are the odds we've got it all right in this try? What are the odds? Are you ready to try it? run this just to make sure we're all up to date. File this mess. Um, how is that different than what I've done in a million other places? Uh, that also explain why other things were not working the way I thought they should. Oh, wow. All right, it compiled. Okay. It is nothing close to right, except top. So the corners are still right. The center is way off. Am I even looking at the right images? Button corners 1. Button H edges. Button V edges. Button center. Then if we go to button, if we copy paste everything, button corners, button H, button V, button center. Top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. Those look fine. Let's just put clamp everywhere for now. Come back and look at that. Top edge, right edge, left edge, center. There was nothing on the output to say that we used the wrong UV for the image that we mapped it to. Maybe we just do it full, clean, and build. When in doubt, full, clean, and build. apply. Again, the corners are fine. There's some strange bleeding that happens in odd places, which I do not like. So this didn't fix anything. Even just ignoring the fact that the center is not showing the center texture. Unless open recent button center 1. File, export as, button center 1. Place. Export. Button center 1. Button center. Huh. So we still have textures bleeding onto each other. OpenGL. Texture bleeding into neighboring quads. OpenGL texture bleeding. Fine, we're in Stack Exchange again. Blah, blah, blah. Texture Atlas. You've got the min and mag filter set to linear, which means it will interpolate between pixels if the texture sampling coordinate isn't exactly in the center of the pixel. A few options: set the min and max filters to nearest instead of filter. Linear. Ensure that when the fragment shader actually samples the textures, it never samples less than half a pixel from any border. Put a 1 pixel border around each sprite that simply repeats the current edge. Do I really have to put a 1 pixel border? What are my linear interpolation methods? Or, not my linear, but what are my texture interpolation methods? Here I'm setting GL texture min filter. So it will bleed. That's apparently a common thing. Common enough to be on top of Stack Exchange. Oh, Microsoft, I want like Vulkan's documentation here. Sampler object. So nearest or linear. Then you have a bunch of map options. I guess we just... man, this is not how I wanted to do this. All right, let's show GIMP again, I guess. It's time to... oh, what? GIMP has been up this whole time? Oops, sorry, folks. Okay. What we're gonna do... I'm gonna take each of these. Over to 13. 13. Mix, paste, 2 new layer, move layer. I mean, do we move everything to just have a border? Just put borders on everything? 1 pixel borders everywhere? Hmm. Move it 1 pixel. And 1 pixel. Which means this actually has to have 2 pixel buffer. Oop, no, not that one. Means this fella goes here. You know, might as well have a dead pixel around everything. So 1 row for the extra pixel, 1 row for a dead zone, 1 row for an extra pixel. This is not how I saw this happening. Oh, I see. So this one goes here. No, we need 1 more pixel here. Move. This layer here. If this is the actual problem, I will be very sad. Floating point errors, the bane of my existence. All right. No. Oops. Okay, so we need a pixel buffer around everything. Yes, like that. Then, let's see here. Layer to image size. Pencil. Let's see, where's my eyedropper? Eyedropper. Take this color. Whoops. And fill in the neighbors. Eyedropper. See, if I was an artist who did this all day, I would already know about all the ways to pack a texture and ways not to, and we wouldn't run into this, but I learned things the hard way. Sticks with you better sometimes. Eyedropper to the white. Pencil. Around the edge, around the outside. Oops. Guess I don't have a guideline down there, do I? We will add one shortly for future reference. Eyedropper. Pencil. Save. Add our extra guideline here. Where does this leave us here? This one is at 29. We could just move everything one more pixel. Nah, this is fine. Okay. So we need a bleed out range around our image. Around each UV. Now we know. Now we're experts. So we will file, export, and all the UVs for vertical edges has changed. Elemental Magic's card game. Hello, how goes it? I'm good. We are learning OpenGL and Vertex and UV mapping the hard way. Apparently, if you use linear interpolation for your what's it called? For your texture min filter and texture mag filter, it will sample outside the UV range that you specify and bleed out. So what we have, let's see, what am I even showing in OBS? Yeah. So what we have here in this inner rectangle is the actual thing we're going to UV map, and we have to put a buffer around it that the linear sampler will bleed into. Isn't that fun? So fun. So let's see here. We just did that one. And now I have to, well, let's do the other one. This one. See, we packed our texture nice and tight. That's not how you do it. So we need I'm going to put a pixel next to the border, a pixel where things should go, pixel next to the border, pixel where things should go. We're going to move this whole layer. I said move. You motherless hobo. Come on. Okay. Then we're going to here's 12 to 25. Rectangular select. Paste that as a new layer. Move it somewhere. Good heavens, come on. We're going to cut this one. Oh, no. There we go. Paste it to new layer. Put it somewhere. Rectangular select. Eventually. Ooh, no, not rotate. Rectangular selection tool. This should not be so hard. Paste to new layer. Move it. Okay. Then we need a guide for the 1 pixel bleed, a 1 pixel dead zone, 1 pixel bleed. Edge of texture. 1 pixel bleed. Oh, interesting. Buffer equals half step size. I'm not sure what buffer we're talking about. I've been like clicking around between different things, so unclear. 1 pixel bleed, 1 pixel dead zone, 1 pixel bleed. Edge of buffer, edge, not buffer, what am I saying? Edge of image. Okay, then we get a pencil tool, eyedropper, and pencil. Oh, yeah. Merge everything down. Merge down. Merge down. Merge down. Layer to image size. Then we use the pencil. I'm sure there's a good reason for that bleed out using a linear mid and mag, but I don't know it. It's not something I have particularly studied. Oh dear. I have a sad cow. Let me have to find someone to console her. Oops. Okay. Save. Export. So now we have both of those, which were really the problem ones. We can give the corners a similar treatment. Do we want to? Let's just see how this looks. So let's see here. OBS, we're gonna pause the GIMP for now. Go back to this. Hero Dev is raiding with a party of 27. Holy smokes. Welcome, Hero Dev. Welcome to the stream. Let me send off a shout out so that people in my stream can see. Welcome, welcome, Hero Dev. How are you doing? What's new? Thanks for the raid. What were you working on today, Hero Dev? Today, we are doing some OpenGL texture mapping UV coordinate system updates. I just learned that it's not uncommon for the signal to bleed out past the UV limits into the neighboring pixels, and so you need a buffer. So we went and redid some textures and are now updating our UV coordinates to handle the new textures in theory. building a game engine, a game with no game engine. So if we quit our game, we rebuild our images and UV map, UV textures. Then we rebuild our project. Katemoy. What game without an engine are you developing? 2D or 3D? This one is 2D, so this is my first one without a game engine. I decided to set it to be a very, very narrow scope so that I don't get too weird or crazy about anything. After this one's done, we will do maybe another 2D game, and then maybe we'll, in the third game, we'll stretch out into 3 dimensions. So let's see if the game is in a running state. Hey, the border looks better. Yes, and then when we hover, mostly better. When we click, bad things happen. But we're getting closer. Okay. Whoa. So all the buttons are going to look really bad. But the game is about like this. You are trying to deduce a word. With guesses. And you can eliminate letters in your deduction space. Ooh, interesting. So A and D can contain at most 2. And B and Y are both new unique characters, so we can actually mark A and D, eliminate those, eliminate N, no T, so S is in, H is in. We just have to decide if it's B or Y. So shady is the word. A couple of different modes. We have sprint mode, so once you start typing, the timer runs until you get all 6 words. You get less guesses per word, per level. Golf mode, it'll keep track of total guesses, so you try to get the lowest total guesses possible. Then marathon mode, you run forever. So that's the game we're making. Oh no! Okay, I thought I had fixed that ages ago, but it's back. So like I said, right now, a few things are in broken states, but that's what we're working on. Simple game, build our tools, our skills, then we'll build something a little more complex. Okay. So, texture-wise, I guess let's go back to looking at the big button. There's the big button. In normal, unhovered state, the border looks pretty good. The corners need a tiny bit of touch-up, but we know how to do that now. The center area is a mess, so let's fix the corners. So back to the old OBS. Yeah, so if you have any questions, let me know. I'm always happy to answer questions at any level of question. Otherwise I just stream of consciousness until somebody asks a question about what I'm doing. Yeah, so why are we doing this? We're doing this because I think that the world is full of bloat and excess, and I want to build a game that respects the user's resources. So each week we measure my binary executable's size, we measure my frames per second, and lines of code. I've basically embedded everything into a statically linked executable, including our data files. So there should be a single file deployment and nothing more. And yeah, so far, instead of, like if you go to Unity, say, and you build a default empty scene with almost nothing in it, you build out that executable, and it's got hundreds of megabytes worth of data in a folder. Maybe it's even gotten worse, I don't know. Maybe they got better. But right now my game is, 11, 12 megabytes, maybe more now, including data, which is embedded. And we haven't even done a compression stage on our data. That's one of the last things we'll do is we'll compress our image and audio data as much as we reasonably can. So yeah, that's kind of my thing. I don't want to add abstractions until it's necessary. So hopefully some people find this interesting. The game itself, yeah, it's very, very simple. And I did that on purpose. So let's go to OBS. We're going to show our texture that we're going to modify. This is the corners. What was the problem with the texture border bleeding? Did you consider GL wrap border or wrap mirror? So I'm limiting myself to OpenGL 3.3. All you have, I think, are GL wrap, clamp to edge, repeat, and mirrored repeat. Oh yeah, texture atlas. Yeah. But I need the horizontal bars to clamp on the Y and stretch on the X, and the verticals need to clamp on the Y, on the X and stretch on the Y. So I had to break them into separate textures. For now, I might do something more involved later. We're still exploring. Like I have lists of things to do. So if we go like to my daily journal, like that was one of the things. We have to break our texture up so that we can clamp and repeat on the different axes. And maybe in the future we'll define a larger image and be able to carve smaller textures out of that. Blah blah blah. There's a lot of different ways that we can go. But there are some downsides there. When I go into data compression, I won't be able to carve out smaller textures as easily. Or yeah, and I don't really like this one. It's basically I can have one texture, I can have one image, and loads multiple textures from that image, which I currently suppress. If you ask for an image from my data store, you only get the one texture, and you get references to that texture. So if I let you load multiple textures from a single image, that's now loading a whole bunch of data onto the GPU. So yeah, there's a lot of different ways to explore. I'm not an experienced low-level OpenGL game dev, so I'm kind of exploring, finding out what works, what doesn't work, the hard way. Always learning the hard way. It's more fun that way. And the lessons, I think, stick with you better. So we're going to modify this texture. We're going to give ourselves a 1 pixel buffer from the edge. We're going to have a... Wait, is that 1 pixel? That's 2 pixels. Okay. And a 1 pixel for our bleed. Let's move this one out of the way. And this one out of the way. So that's what we're working on. Okay, so edge of UV, bleed, blank, bleed, edge of texture. There. We don't need this one. So edge of texture. And bleed. Okay. Down here, edge of texture. 1 pixel bleed. 1 pixel empty. 1 pixel bleed. bottom, and that. If all the subimages in the atlas are the same size, you could use texture arrays to get control of wrapping for every subimage. Okay, tell me more. Like I said, I'm new to this OpenGL UV. Like I'm slowly working it out, but if the subimages are the same size, okay, you could use texture arrays to, okay. So let's see here. OpenGL texture arrays. Okay, that could definitely be a useful thing to read about. So GL texture parameter, GL texture 2D array. Okay, I see. Subimage storage. Okay. All right. So I may do some reading on that after stream. I usually don't do a lot of research on stream, but that looks like a profitable line of inquiry for me. Cool. I was asking earlier if there was any experts in the chat about GL and was hoping somebody would just tell me how to do it, but now I know what to Google. Always useful. So thanks for the info. It's like a 3D texture, except you don't get interpolation across the third direction. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to do some reading on that. So let's see here. Your name is impossible to pronounce. rcrnstn. You have some game development experience, a little of OpenGL under your belt, it looks like. Yeah, let's see here. By design. Okay. Worked on any projects that I would be familiar with, or? Let's go there and there. Oops. I'm afraid I may have to break these up into smaller pieces. I don't want to. We'll see what we do. Because each of these is actually 4 corners. So I'm hoping just this set of lines will fix it for us for now. I think I'm gonna take a straight black, just put it in the corners here and here, just so we can see if I need those pixels at all. Oops. There we go. Looks like I missed white. That's not actually white, it's close to white. Rabbit hold on OpenGL for a while. Not much in terms of actual finished stuff, though. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I'm streaming. It kind of forces me to be very focused. Like, I can't stop and go watch a YouTube video about this OpenGL project, and then go watch this one about physics-based rendering, and then go watch this one on Noita like sand simulation, or when I'm on stream, it's like I've got to keep focused, keep on topic. So it's one of the reasons I'm doing streaming. If anyone is interested in following along my path of suffering is how you learn, right? Then I do have a Discord channel, I have a Twitter, I post old videos to YouTube and Rumble, which you can find in the About section for my channel. So, yeah. So let's see here. Hero Dev. What was he working on today? Or she? I'm a little curious what kind of crowd comes to look at game engine-less game development. Export. Update on UV map. I could go to the shell, rebuild our UV, our stuff. Oh no, we don't do that yet. So the corners. Start at 2, so 0 to 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Joined up for like the last 5 minutes, but he's working on a bounding volume hierarchy for his ray tracer implemented in Vulkan compute shaders via his custom C to Spur V compiler. Oh wow, that sounds intense. I did debate starting in Vulkan, but I figured the last OpenGL experience I had was in college, back when GL Begin and GL End were still a thing. So I was like, I probably ought to go relearn OpenGL. It's rusty. What I do know is outdated. It's also one of the reasons I limited myself to OpenGL 3.3. I was like, you know what? Every graphics card should support that, and it's closer to what I did. But yeah, major respect to anyone that can get Vulkan up and running and keep track of all that. Ray tracers are cool. I should do that someday. But I'm nowhere near yet. I have too many projects I want to work on that come in before the ray tracer. It's kind of like foreign languages. Like, there's so many cool foreign languages that would be awesome to learn, but who has time? So let's see here. In the hover, so hover is, let's see. Hover. What do we do? Yeah, I've got ideas for 2 mini projects to do between my first game and my second game. Like, I just have so many ideas. And then obviously it's the third game where I'll probably have enough skills and experience to start doing the more ambitious projects. So the normal one starts here. I guess we could just subdivide these the way that they're meant to be. Okay. So this is at 14, which makes sense. So the top right starts in at 14. Bottom right, 14 and 14. So those are all the normal button state, not the hovered or the button pressed state. So the hover is the lower one. I also like keeping deep backwards compatibility. Ooh, yeah. You can query for extensions, yep, if you want to also implement a more modern code path for some feature. Yes. Yeah, it's actually one of the nightmares of modern game development, right? Is GPU support. It is a daunting task to get all the cool features you want into a game when you have to run on OpenGL on this machine, and it's there's so many permutations to get all your shaders working on every graphics card or a reasonable alternative, right? The cool new shiny is always best, but half your users or three-quarters of your users aren't buying the latest graphics card every year. So this is 29. 29. So hover, I think, is 29, 29. Anywhere there's a 24, we make it 29, I think. That adds 2 pixels plus 3 for the buffers between the different texture elements. Then that's going to be a 14. We just have to worry about 36. So where the 36 was probably back over here. Now it's got to be this line here, which is at 41. So if we change all the 36s to 41s, we might be there. We'll see. So we're going to re-embed our images on all of our UV data. Go back to button. Hope that works. Yeah, so we're keeping it as simple as possible. Like, I know that a lot of modern game engines will dynamically create the shaders they need as they go for certain features, right? So if it'll check your backwards compatibility, like, oh, if it's this version, here's the shader we generate, because these are the features that are supported. If it's this version, we generate our shaders then. Mine are all statically embedded inside of my executable. So just keeping it as simple as possible. It's not that I can't see ways to make it more complex and cool and interesting, but you know what? That almost looks right. I've got one little missing pixel down here in the normal. That's not right. Not at all right. And this center is really starting to bother me. Okay. So let's fix the pixel in normal. Where's my normal corners? Did I miss a pixel? Just color all the diagonals this way. Oops. Or 29, 53. That's 24. 29 to 53. 2 to 26. Yeah, so these are all 24 by 24. So that's fine. Oops. There we go. I mean, and realistically, if I really cared about compression, this is really just a mirror of that. So we could simplify the U just by just clearing the UVs without having this extra texture here. We could cut everything in half. But we're just keeping it as easy to read as possible. To get started. So that's the normal. Save, export, embed our images, file, Yep. So today the plan is get the button to look okay, then we'll look at my old to-do list. We can look at the to-do list right now, just so you can see kind of where we're at. I threw in some standard library containers in the beginning. I have some regrets. So maybe we'll go through and do that sometime. Probably not today. I have an old file that's still hanging around. I renamed things and moved things around, so that can go away. I'm not animating between scene transitions, so going from the main menu to the game or to the settings window. Don't animate yet. When I wrote my texture renderer, I only really worked through the single line method, as that's the most useful to me right now. But I have features that need multi-line text, so that's coming. I didn't quite get the vertical center right. There's a thing with below the base of line text. My audio has an annoying click at the end, so I gotta fix that. More things to work on, and then like basically the end of project is basically business stuff, doing the Steam stuff, and then optimizing my sizes. Blah blah blah. A few loose ends, right? So kind of a roadmap. What we're working on. Today is the last day of the week. We'll be working on the game. We will do an end of stream analysis of things like lines of code, frames per second, and executable size of the binary. And then tomorrow is compilers day. We've just about got to the point where we can start running through the regular expression patterns to generate our NFA. And depending on how fast that goes, we'll also generate a Thompson DFA, which will then be used in our output. So for a texture, for a tokenizer or lexer generator. So that's kind of what we're working on. 4 days a week on the game, then Variety Day Friday. So on hover, the border just looks fine. On click, everything's jacked up. So what we need is to see what our UVs look like. For the corners, they're definitely wrong. Hover, I think, is right. So the top left active is definitely wrong. So let's go to top left active becomes, let's look at the GIMP, I guess. Oh, GIMP is up. Oops. Ah. Okay. So what we're doing, we're going to, there's not really enough room. Okay. When we're button pressed, these colors get flipped. So the top left corner is this corner. Part of me thinks I need to break each of these 4 quadrants into its own little segment. We'll think about it some other time. This might be good enough. So this is top left active. Starts at X of, oh, not 14. Good heavens, it's like 29 now. X of 29. And a Y of 2. And the top right active is this one. So that starts at 41. X of 41. Y of 2. So bottom right active is this one. So it's at 41 and 14. 41, Then this one is at 29 and 14. So that should help quite a lot. Okay. Horizontal looked fine for normal and hover as well. Top active is at 1717. Yeah, the top goes dark instead of light, and the bottom goes. That should be fine. Button edges left, right. So let's go to the vertical texture. So normally this is the right. Then when we hover, it goes to dark. So this is right hover, 17 and 2. This is left hover, 17 and 17. Left active. Okay, so I think that's okay. With those new UVs, we may embed our UV data. Oh, these work. Sorry. We've got a bot in the chat, fellas. Awesome. I've been getting one or two of those a day, which always gets my hope up that somebody cool is hanging out, but you know, it's just bots. That all looks okay. Hover looks okay. Click. There we go. That's what we were looking for. Finally, last piece. Oh my gosh. Okay, people. People need to chime up when. What even is this one? Oh, this is. Okay. Anyway. So, what we have here is, for some reason, the center text is grabbing my corners instead of the center segment. So, let's quit. Let's go to button. Texture. Get the button center. Wrap. Oh, we don't want to. So the horizontal edges want to wrap this way. Repeat. Vertical edges will clamp to X and repeat. Without an actual texture, like everything right now is flat color, these repeats won't matter, but when we add any texture to these, we do want that repeat to happen. So let's make sure that's not going to break anything. So possibility number one is that button center is referencing wrong PNG in images.txt. Button center, button center dot one, button center one.png. That is the right file. So let's see. I'm going to pop it up real quick. Button center one PNG is a little gray square. 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be okay. And it's the 8th quad that gets that texture. So why is it rendering something completely erroneous there? Yeah, this should be like a gray rectangle and nothing else. Instead, it's actually grabbed the corners texture. Do I have a bug in my texture quad batch? quad center. We set the geometry. We set the texture. We should not have to do anything UV related. Although we can, I mean. We can give it the default UV mapping. The quads. This was much simpler when I was just doing it with colored quads instead of textured quads. See? Where's that gray rectangle? Okay. Texture. I can get the width and the height. So let's log that. Button. Texture point to width. Texture point to height. It looks to me like it's not setting the texture slot correctly. So maybe something we have to debug. 32 by 32. So it is the gray one. So I guess my texture slot just isn't being set correctly. Therefore, texture quad batch set quad texture. So everything starts with a negative texture slot. We say if we're setting a texture, and if there was already a texture, do we need to remove the old texture from that texture slot? That should not affect this. Texture slot is basically where do we find a place for our texture? We're setting the texture, if it already exists in our collection, then we just save out our texture slot and break out. We still don't have a texture slot. Look for an empty one to insert it. If we do insert it, put it in. If our texture slot is negative and if our texture is not null, so if we set our texture to null, we can get a -1 texture slot and that's fine. But if we don't have, we're trying to set a texture and we didn't get a texture slot after looking for a place to put it, we've run out of room. So I can always make that bigger. Another bot. So many bots today. But we did not get this error message at all. Oh, for those who are new also, this is all of my dependencies. That's all I'm using. I won't add another one. In our next game, we will be removing GLM. No more OpenGL math library. I really want to get rid of free type as a dependency as well. I think we could render our own fonts. But for dependencies, when I brought in GLFW, it gets me my glue and my OpenGL stuff. So my texture slot, I don't think is correct. Note quad goes the texture slot. See, current your quad index and texture slot, which means let's go ahead and get a pointer to our texture slot. M_textures, texture slot as an integer. Just to make sure it's not null. Covering all the cases in a mathematics library can be tedious. Yes, I agree 100%. But I'm not trying to write a library. The only things we're using the GL math for is our orthographic camera projection, which is not exactly rocket science, and our object transforms, which in our case, we're using a 4x4 matrix for three-dimensional homogeneous coordinates. If we shrink that down to an actual two-dimensional homogeneous coordinates, it's not exactly rocket science either. And I don't have to cover all the cases, just the ones I'm using. But that would reduce a lot of the build and link dependencies that I have. Like OpenGL Math, for some reason, brought in a whole bunch, and FreeType brought in a ton. I don't like all those dependencies if I don't need them. So I think we can get rid of them. The replacing GL Math frightens me a lot less than the font rendering, though. Font rendering, I've watched some videos on it. I think I know what needs to go into it, but man, it looks like a pain. So let's just see what all the texture quads get set to. Okay. Quad 0. They're all texture slot 0? Oh, no. Floats are not the same things as integers. There we go. Yeah, font rendering actually looks like a fun, interesting problem. Maybe I have a strange definition of what's fun, though. Like, on Friday when we're doing compilers, we're doing Thompson DFA construction of an NFA to a DFA. And it's completely unnecessary. Like, you don't need a tokenizer generator. Writing your own tokenizer is not exactly rocket science. You just walk forward one character at a time, jumping into different states depending on what the next character is. It's not hard. But writing the Thompson DFA and exporting it into a C++ file that has all sorts of jump tables and go-tos, that's the kind of puzzle I like. So for me, it's more the type of problem I like, even though it's completely unnecessary, right? And I'll say it on the stream too a few times. I'll be like, hey, we're going to go through and optimize this thing. It's unnecessary, but it's a fun problem. Okay, they're all still texture slot 0. So 0, 0, 0 is the four corners. One edge, another edge. Interesting. So if you're looking down here, this is the center box. We decided by convention that the order of quads is top left corner going around clockwise and then the center. So this is top left corner, top horizontal bar, top right corner, etc., etc. But this is our center. And it does have texture slot 3. So why is texture slot 3 getting that? We will have to log more information to find out what the heck is going on. Oh, wait, let me look at that again. This texture address is not the same as the corners. So instead of, that's an F0, the corners that it's actually rendering there, D8. That's the texture for the corners. So why is it rendering the corners when our texture slot is 3? And we have a different texture pointer. Oh, curiouser and curiouser. You know what? We can just get one more bit of logging in here. Underscore texture. I think I can have a name function. Yep. Wow, 3 bots. I love bots. So many bots. Okay, M texture was not cleared. That's absolutely correct. Texture slot. Alright, try this again. Button center PNG. That is a different address. Why on earth is quad 8 sampling texture slot 0? This texture here in the center, that's the corners. Where's my green rectangle? Where's my green rectangle? My texture quad, different texture. Well, let's see here. I did once have a method for writing a texture out to disk. That's texture slot 3 though. Did texture slot 3 not get... It's actually set. Is it not? Equals texture slot. Maybe... setting index or vertex is probably more sensible. Vertex D2 text slot, which is logged to the tab. Zero point one. Are you passing texture slots as vertex attributes? How do you deal with that in the shader? Switch statement. Here's what we're doing. And as soon as I get this typo out of there. Okay. In text quad batch render. Wow, son. Text quad batch.cp render. Here we go. We have an array of samplers, which we're, for now, it's hard-coded before. Again, I know that the modern world, they would generate their texture, their shaders. We're not doing that. So shaders, this is the text batch. The vertex shader gets the texture slot from the vertex buffer and passes that on to the text batch fragment shader. So there's our texture slot. We have our array of samplers. We get our texture slot, we grab it as an integer, and then we just sample our samplers. which we pass in text quad batch dot right here. I don't know if that's the best way, but that's how we're doing it. Is a switch statement efficient? I guess I don't know what the performance implications of me passing in the sampler array with my texture slots in it, how that would compare to a switch statement. Did not compile because of the open running executable. Okay. Quad 8, texture slot 3. Setting for, oh, well, I didn't do that right. In it's quad batch. That's what we wanted to log. Sometimes, often with a switch, you end up running all cases and discarding all but one result, which means n texture lookups instead of one, which is bad. Okay. Yeah, and I understood that the fragment shader runs per vertex. I guess I hadn't thought that it would. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So the array lookup probably is the better one then. So the vertices are set to 3. Texture slot, we have it in there. Button center is in there. That's. So why is it drawing this one? Why is it drawing button corners? Okay. I have a fragment of code somewhere. Let's see, where was it? It was probably in font. Okay, we have a way to output a texture as a bitmap, which we wrote for the font. I think we want to put this in texture. I want to be able to write out my data. So that one, is that in my to-do list? Texture, it's not. Wow, okay, well, put it in the journal. Had to pad around each UV area with extra pixels. Looks much nicer. Button center not showing right. Texture slot looks correct. So we're going to add a new task for today. Texture should have a method to output bitmap. Why bitmap? Because it's easy. My gut feeling was that what you're doing is not legal. A quick Google seems to confirm that. Maybe your drivers are extra lenient? Yes, links are good. What is not legal? I guess I don't. Yeah. Links are wonderful. Right. Bit now. Const char star. File name. Means we need all those helper functions from here. Which are not part of texture. That's fine. Okay. File name. That is very font specific. File name. Okay. Text width, text height. So, image warehouse. Get width. Texture.html. Image index. Height. Height. Text width. Okay, the only other piece of information we need is the data, which is calling text. Get data. Everything else should just work. Okay. Okay, Stack Overflow questions, blah, blah, blah. Okay. What you're actually trying to, is to index the sampler array by a variable which is simply impossible. I don't like hearing that. That doesn't sound very fair. Indexing for sampler arrays is only allowed by an integral constant expression. Oh, dang it. See, I ran into this constant expression thing earlier with something else. Starting from GLSL 4, it is allowed by dynamic uniform expressions. You could pack the 2D textures into a 2D array texture or into a 3D texture and use the index to address the layer of the texture. Ugh. Dang it. So I've gotten lucky up until now, is what you're saying. That it ever worked at all. Well, that's just sad. Man. See, we just did this the other day with constant. So this is why I had hard-coded the 4 element texture sampler texture slot size is because this has to be done at compile time. You can't set up your sampler array. So I'm getting bit once again by things being required to be constant in GL3. Shoot. Man, okay. Well, that does make me sad. Texture switching is often handled by just using separate draw calls. Yeah, but I know it's more efficient to do one draw call, if possible. But I have to set my wrapping per texture, so I have to send 4 textures for the button. Well, it is good you are in my chat. That probably would have taken me a very long time to find that link. Get any feedback in the shader compiler info log mentioning this? That is a good question. I think I look for errors, but I don't know if I look at an actual anything other than an error. Compile shader. GL compile shader. Error handling. Int result. Hit shader IB. Compile status. If the result is false, I would get errors in my output. And I don't see any errors about failing to compile shader or reasons. Is there a log I can access that would have like warnings then? Okay. While there's the delay. Let's see here. Chatter, rcrn, stn, noted, the link, cannot dereference the samplers in OpenGL 3.3 without a constant integer expression. Shoot, that makes me sad. Maybe move the GL get shader info log out of the compile status check. Okay. Oh, I see. I see. Log length. Okay. So we will. So in debug mode, I should be looking at this log all the time and not wait for an error result. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Note. File, if len greater than 0. You don't have to log this unless there's anything to note to it. We can clean this all up later. Let's just get length message and the message. If you could get the print on the length being greater than 0, yes. Okay, so now when we run it, I don't see any output for shader compiler at all. Let's see here. Let's do a full clean and debug build just to be sure. Sad face. Yeah, it's one of the problems of graphics programming, I think. The interface between the user and the developer, or the hardware and the developer, is not great. Who wants to pass, frankly, raw text in so many different languages? Like, if you want to run on a Mac, it's got to be in Metal. If you're on OpenGL, it's got to be GLSL, and then there's all these other ones. So now you have to write multiple things, and it's compiled on the GPU. Couldn't I just... Isn't there like a universal binary bytecode that we could send to these poor GPUs? But they all want vendor lock-in, and then your error messages are not useful at all, or non-existent. But that is a good point. I should look at the log files even if I don't get an error. So we will refactor that a little bit just so that it's nice and clean. It's squad batch. So those were all correct. Compile. Looks good. Compile. We don't need to do a clean. I just want to get rid of those log messages. Are you using the GL debug callback? Not available in 3.3. So let me... Okay. Yeah, there's nothing about shaders in my output here. So yeah, so for OpenGL, let's see here. Source OpenGL helper. I gotta find it here. I've wrapped all of my OpenGL calls inside of a macro, which clears the errors, makes the call, and then calls this function to log the errors. Which, while get the error file. And I'm only getting the error code. I'm not even bothering to look up the error label at all. So that's it. That's what I'm doing for error handling. Because, yeah, the callback, did I write a note about that? I did not write a note about that. I should have a note about that. See, but this also kind of gets back into that problem of if I want backwards compatibility, and I'm OpenGL 3.3 is available if GLKHR debug is supported, which is not dependent on hardware, only drivers. Okay, I shall look that up. Yeah, it's not giving me a warning about that at all. So, that then raises the question of, what do I do instead? Got my texture slot. If it's less than 0, just make it a hideous color. But I can't do this. Error samplers. What are they saying I should do then? Easy workaround is to use a large switch statement to replace the line. Ugh. That is hideous. Why would they even do that? What a bunch of jerks. Okay. Only open GL for plus. Switch texture slot. Paste 0. And it follows the old C syntax. Lovely. Even though it's... Ugh. Alright. Alright. We can do this. It's not my favorite, but... That's going to kill my performance, isn't it? And again, the question of how did this ever run in the first place if that's not a supported feature? No, not that one. CD tools, bin, slash bed shaders. Have I not built that recently? Oh, okay. Okay, then back to button, and everything should just work, right? Sad face. Let's see, there's also GLARB debug output. Okay. I can never remember if they're different or which one is more likely to be supported. ARB is official, but KHR is super official built in. So, so I use KHR. Okay. I will have to look into that. The fact that bindless textures are a big deal in more modern versions suggests that older versions bind fairly hard, which is the reason you can't index points. Something not known at compile. Okay, okay. Speedy back up. I would argue that's worse than before. And I think I would win that argument. But on the flip side, I can test this texture quad batch.cpp. I can save out the texture if quad index equals 8 x, what did I even call it? Texture dot right bmp texture dot bitmap. Just as an additional debugging tool in the future, make sure that this works. So we run it, close. Now there better be in that folder text8.bitmap, and it's a that is a really crappy gray rectangle. Let's see. Let's open that in GIMP. That doesn't look right at all. So let's see, then share the GIMP. So we have issues anyways. GIMP, let's see. Move GIMP here. Yeah, that's what we outputted and ostensibly comes from this texture. $32. It's the right size. It's mostly the right color. I'd even be fine seeing this in this. Oh, I don't think I have set the alpha channel, so it's probably... No, that wouldn't make sense. 1, 2, 3 correct pixels, then white. Well, one more thing to look into. One more thing. Not saying it's worth your time, but just Kronos has a reference compiler for GLSL that might actually tell you what you were doing was not allowed. They do, is it like an online thing? I guess I could go to like shader, what's it called? Shader toy? Maybe I could get it into the shader toy. Kronos reference GLSL. So Kronos reference GLSL. GLSL is the official reference compiler front end. I can use it from the command line. Okay, okay. Okay. One more tool I need to go research. Shader toy might tell you is your WebGL implementation though. Oh, yeah, that's true. Well, if I can get the reference compiler running on my machine, that's definitely a worthy tool if it gives more information. Okay, wow, look at this. I'm learning so much. You are always welcome in my streams. This is good. This is like me getting an education, except I don't have to go to school for it. Outstanding. I already did school, so you can't make me go back. Okay, so dun, dun, dun. We know we can write out textures. We know we're setting that right. Yeah, that's fine. So if we look at our texture batch fragment shader. Oh, because of streamer brain. I'm blaming it on streamer brain. Usually I'm not this stupid. That's what I'm going with. CD tools bin /embed shaders.exe. Okay. That's not what I wanted to do, but okay. What? Okay. The edges look better again. Case 0, case 1, case 2, case 3. The other thing we want to look into is this. If result is false, we definitely want to throw it as this. I don't want to detach the shader, I think. We don't have an error. Found if not defined, no debug. Else. Okay, so if we're in no debug mode, so if we're in a release build, just parentheses. Otherwise, we have an else clause to always write out whatever we find out, even if it's log dot warning. Okay. A little bit of cleanup around that. Shader playground. Tim Jones IO. GLSL Lang. Okay, cool. Shader stage fragment. Let's just drop my shader in there. Error. Version invalid preprocessor command. What? Trunk. Target. OpenGL. Using HLSL input under OpenGL semantics is not currently supported. I'm not sure that helps me. I'm assuming it's this that it hates. Let's see here. Maybe if I shared the right thing. Language to GLSL, target to language top. Okay. And I should share the screen just a moment. Yes. Let me share. I'm always forgetting in OBS to share my browser. Is that gonna show up? If I move here. No. Okay. So I'm gonna bring it over here. Turn over this. Then I enable my browser. Oh, browser. Browser. The browser is not going to show up today. Browser. Double click. There it goes. There it goes. Okay. So to the reference to this one shader. Here's what I'm looking at. Language GLS, and then it just blew everything away. Oh, okay. Paste. Okay. One compilation error binding. Requires a layout. Linking fragment stages missing entry point. Each stage requires one entry point. No. Ah, gosh. Okay. V color. Undeclared identifier. I just declared it. This is what this is, right? Compilation terminated. Well, well, well. Undeclared identifier. Oh, on line 33. What am I thinking? Yes. He is correct completely. Extraneous semicolon. I don't do extraneous semicolons. Line 35. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, we have different output. La la la. Okay, okay. So if we go back to let's see. We went back to this one. Did we get an error? Variable indexing sample rate. See, that's a useful message. Not supported for this version. Okay. See, if I had seen that, that would tell me a lot more than what I'm getting. Shader Playground. That's getting a bookmark. GLSling compiles to Spear V, which is what you're seeing on the right. In other words, compilation succeeded. Yep. Yes. So that's a useful error message. That would have been nice to have in my own shader compiler, but now I know how to test this stuff. So back to the code. B underscore color. We don't need that. Have I been doing that all this time? Am I putting extra? Yep, I am putting extras. I don't know why. Okay, but this one should work. So we're gonna put this, we're gonna re-embed our shaders. Go back to the button file. Okay. Huh. Arguably, this is not correct. Texture batch FGLSL. Here it is. 330 core, layout, B color, text coordinate. Those are commented out. There's the switch statement. Color equals color times V color. So the changes are in my shader that I compile. There are no errors. Ugh. Confused. Okay, I am going to pause briefly for a restroom break. I shall be back very shortly. Possibly I will grab a snack as well. I can only chew gum for so long. Okay, back to it. Okay. So this still not working. Despite. Put these log messages back in, I guess, but if quad index equals 8. No point in logging things, right? Quad index equals 8. I have one thing we can try. Um, what if we just don't set that texture? We leave it at default, nothing. One debug technique I like is to use when things that should work is broken is to break it intentionally and observe what effect that has. Maybe change the texture slot to some other valid value and see what happens. That is fair. I am breaking it now by making it pink. So that means the texture slot is -1 and it is pink. So the quad itself is getting a texture update just like we would expect. So if we set this bad boy equal to button H edges, just see what that does. Those are the edges. Okay, what if we do like spirit of hesitancy logo? So it's not even related to any of this other stuff. This is not going to reuse a texture slot. Okay. That's. Wait a second. Where did that come from? If the quad index is 8. What is that? Okay. So, let's look at the shell here. What we see is, before we go through the vertex buffer, we're in quad 8. We set texture slot to number 3. Oh, I'll bet. This is me being stupid again. Here we go. Int. There we go. That should just work. texture slot 3. Okay. Texture slot. Render. For each slot, less than the number of textures. If it's not null, find the texture. 4 samplers, 0, 1, 2, 3. Oh no! I'll bet that was it. I'll bet that was it. Right there. We had a hard-coded 3 in here for some reason. Setting a 1-dimensional integer vector, I guess it is. Oh, I'll bet that was the problem. That took way longer than it should have. I have to rebuild. I built it, but not while the executable was closed. No. Oh, shoot. Now we're re-embedding all of our data. Cleaned. Rebuild. Okay. I wonder why I was passing 3 in. By the way, that should just fix everything. Okay, button. Last time. Oh, it's all the stupid mistakes, especially streaming. Like, seems like it turns off your brain to the obvious stuff. And that's the obvious stuff for somebody that doesn't know OpenGL at all. So, like, I should have checked that first. I knew what it did. I just read the function definition for that yesterday. Okay, blown up huge. The button looks fine. Enough. So let's shrink that back down. Button. Put it back the way it was. The, what did I call it? Edge width was 12. Setting scene. Not setting scene, sandbox scene. 250 by 50. Big space. 10. Talking is hard. You know, maybe a little. Yeah. That is a good piece of code to copy out. I assert all kinds of weird things, but I never asserted that one. So let's go to text quad batch render. In fact, I don't even know why this is allowed. It should not be a 4. Is there anywhere else I put something stupid? That's not. That's fine. That's vertex indices, texture slot offset. So in our next game engine iteration, our vertex buffers are going to use a struct instead of an array of floats. But I decided not to do that for the first time around. It's not that it's hard, it's that it takes some cycles. And it's not always a lot of cycles, but it's enough cycles that you make a lot more mistakes, especially stupid mistakes, on screen, on stream. So semicolon. I forgot semicolon. I would never forget a semicolon. I don't do that sort of thing. Oh. Hey, and we're basically back to where we started with the color quads. The whole point of this exercise, to make it a texture base instead of a color base, is so that we can do something that doesn't look like a Windows 90 button. Especially like here on the chalkboard, I would kind of expect it to be like a chalky texture, kind of like these, right? The line around the outside would just be chalky instead of a 90s button on your chalkboard. So that's kind of the goal. So we need to make a new texture for at least these ones. They're missing some Y offset here. Something got messed up. We'll get around to those. Oh, finally, buttons. Done. Okay, good. So, why don't we clean up. Switched to using a switch statement in fragment shader. Useful resource from same chatter is this one, shaded playground. Actually showed the error message that my GPU doesn't output. Texture now can write bitmaps. What else did we do? Shader will output log in debug mode, even if there's no error. Found the last issue was passing a 3-element array in render sampler array instead of num. What did I call it? Num textures. That's embarrassing. I probably can't even spell embarrassing. It's that embarrassing. All right. All right. Oh, yeah. We should clean up the textures. We had a bunch of intermediate invalid textures that we were playing with. So I'm going to look in assets, images. Okay, button center, button corners, button edges. Okay, button edges goes away because we have button H edges and button V edges. Corners, center, edges. And the Windows 90s button texture goes away. I think that's it. Images.text. So one thing we might want to add in the future, so we'll add this to the to-do list for commit, is to say like X lamp Y repeat. We might want something like that. available to us to set, or maybe we just do equals or x wrap, y wrap, repeat. That is something we could do. We're not doing that today. Image warehouse, no, not image warehouse. So our to-do list, maybe we don't need this at all right now, but tech. Image warehouse could embed wrapping. X wrap, repeat, y wrap. EG. There we go. So we got into our to-do list, now in our journal. We have finished this stupid button. That should not have taken me almost 2 days. Where are we at? 30. All right, I got a little bit of late start, so we can definitely go a little bit late today. So we need to pick something from the to-do list once we get this committed and done. Okay, so we deleted button edges 1. We did. Center. H edges, yes, yes. We deleted this one. Did I never commit the XF of that? Or it's open and I just didn't. Let's see here. Nope, it's not in there. Okay, well, I think this looks good. Oh, no, we want to get rid of text 8. Bitmap. That one goes away. Text 8 goes away. That looks better. Add everything. Button finally fully ported to use textures. Boom. Oh gosh. That assert is basically assert true now, but if we increment num textures, yep. In the future, the slot will, yep. Int samplers equals. Oh, so let's see here. You're saying in text quad match, because I define the number of textures, I see what you're saying. If I do this, okay, yeah. If I double it up to eight samplers supported, then the assert will catch it. Whereas if I just do, if I get rid of the assert, and I just have num textures here, then I wouldn't need the assert. It's better to check. I think this one's better. You're right. It's better to assert that our samplers matches our number of textures here. Okay, I like it. It's it add minutes match. And no edit. Boom. Okay. Awesome, possum. Next. What are we doing next? What are we doing? I don't feel like removing the STD containers. There's definitely a few places where they're completely unnecessary. Tech debt. Remove cheater code store files. They're not compiled, they're not used. Okay, well, That is not rocket science. I basically changed the naming for where I was storing the shaders. That's the short answer. Shader code store. Seed source. Shader store. Make file. So the shader store. No, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Oh no. Get store these two files. It's the code store that I want to delete. Thank heavens for Git. -al code store. That's the one. Yes, these can be removed. And then in makefile, I don't think code store is ever referenced, so it's never actually been. To do. Okay. Also several things for me to study. I have, oops. That one. That one. Reference compiler. Put these in the list. Shader Playground, KHRARB, reference compiler. I think that captures most of the stuff I need to actually research on my own. So, cool. Oh. Moved shader code store. It's not used anywhere. Shader code store. No. Okay, to do. What can I do in? Oh, usually I can go to 5:30. I can probably go to 6 today without too much trouble. So that's another hour and a half. I have an hour and a half. I suspect text will take a little while. I'm not going to be fixing the audio bug today unless someone in the chat is also a port audio expert. Because I did already spend 4 or 5 hours looking into that one. So it might be that we animate some scene transitions. Then on scene close, clear the texture, font stores, blah blah blah. We could do that. We need multi-line text for those. Oh, gameplay saving. That could be interesting. Local high scores needs replays and multi-line text, maybe. Animation sprite sheets probably not needed this game. The notebooks, yes, notebooks are crap. The error banner is just a color quad behind text. Definitely art, music, sprite sheet animations. Do I want to do sprite sheet animations? The only thing I could use them for that I think would be reasonable is when we flip between the different notebooks and when we add doodads, things you can click on to interact with that have nothing to do with the game. Okay, so I'm using right now a mix of std bind and lambdas in various places. I did, let's see here. There was a thing I saw about the performance differences. I almost have a master's in signal processing, and I think I used port audio like a decade ago. No guarantees, though. Oh, okay. Port audio. We do have an expert. Look at this. Yeah, you. I should have had you on this project a lot earlier. Okay, if you want to take a look at port audio, let's go over to sounds. Let's see, where's my to-do for that? Oh. Oh, well, let's go to port audio. Oh. Pop. Oh, it's the to-do list. Source sound dot HPP. La 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 la. Okay. So we can generate a waveform, and honestly, most of the time when you end the generated waveform, it sounds pretty harsh anyway, so noticing the pop isn't that big of a deal. We have different tags we can tag a sound with, so we can control the volume. Fine. This is the meat and potatoes of this. We have a structure that stores our stream reference, whether we're running, the volume, the frequency, the wave, if we're generating a waveform, the frequency and volume, and the waveform. We have a timer in case we're running for a fixed amount of time. The number of samples, the sample number we're on, maximum samples. If we're loading a sound from the sound warehouse where we've embedded our PCM data, 16-bit PCM, signed integer. So that would be this if we're not generating a waveform. We were debugging a lot of stuff, and here's the tag that's used for volume control. So you can set your music and your gameplay effects differently. So that's basically the important data, is this thing. Then in sound.cpp, the important parts, mostly we initialize our sound, which is basically us getting our port audio stream, setting our sample format, channel count, left and right, suggested latency, use the default latency, open the stream. It's an output only stream, we're not recording anything. Prime output buffers using stream callback. So basically it'll pre-fill the audio buffer for a little bit before it starts playing it. Here's the streamback function, which we will look at. Check for errors. And then we register the end stream callback so that we can do some bookkeeping when it's done playing. Set up some default values in our signal data. Which brings us to our stream callback. So when it wants more data to process, I say, give me my data out of the we've already got a reference in the user data. This is our output buffer as interleaved floating point values. Suppress warnings, blah, blah. We get our volume, we do some volume things depending on the tag. Honestly, the volume's fine. We probably don't need to do this anymore. If we do, I'll It's fine. Okay. So this is information used by the waveform generators. This is looking for the end of stream. If our maximum samples has been set, it's like we're generating a tone, then the maximum samples will be a negative number because we can play that tone forever. Data sample count. So if we're playing forever, or we have played less samples than the maximum number of samples, we look at what waveform we're playing. If it's not a waveform, we get our sound. Compute our PCM offset. Make sure we're still playing PCM data. VLR. So this is our left channel, right channel. Here's our sine, square, triangle, sawtooth. We generate a left channel, copy it to the right channel. Blah blah blah. Our output equals our left value times our volume. Then the right value times the volume, and then increment the number of samples we've written. If we've played the maximum number of samples, we mark it as complete, otherwise we say continue. When it hits the end, this is what it does. It says, did we hit the end of the sound? If so, we reset everything so when we hit start again, it'll start from the beginning. Otherwise, we just pause. So if you were playing along and paused before maximum number of samples went, this will stop. All of this bookkeeping will remain the same, so it plays back at the same point you left off at. So this just leaves that data untouched. And that's basically it. So I don't know if that was too fast, or if you have questions, want to look at anything while you're absorbing. We can put our sounds back in the sandbox. Initialize sounds test. Update the sounds test. Initialize, update. Initialize and update. That's basically it. Seems reasonable. So we already did. Well, let me show you the kinds of things we can look at within the sandbox currently. Debug. Oh. There we go. Oh. It crashed. Oh, I know why. Do I know why? Sounds, recorded sounds, init, date. Oh, I know why. We need to clean, we changed the memory layout. The only thing I can think of is maybe try to look ahead and ensure that we can output an entire cycle in the samples that we have left before max samples, otherwise just output zeros. That'll get rid of any discontinuities, given that our cycle starts and ends on zeros, which I think is the case. Right. So, here's what, when this is done building. So almost a master's in signal processing. So electrical engineer. With a lot of computer graphics. I'm going back to the shells as low effort sissies. Lol, don't ask. So I had a sister who, what did she do? She majored for a little while in Spanish, then she changed to special ed, then she changed to, yeah, she must have had 4 or 5 majors. I think she finally got a degree in general studies. So I know it's not always easy to get squared away. Okay, so what happens is I have the tones mapped to the number keys, so we can play like a C major chord, and as long as I'm holding the keys down, they'll generate the sound. I had ways to change the waveform. So let's see here. If I go to sandbox scene, update sounds test. This is where we get our testing number keys as piano keys. Up down is volume and waveform. I can change the waveform with left and right. So I did not log any of this though. That's awkward. Increasing volume. Decreasing volume. If it's left. Actually, put this afterwards. Setting waveform. Remember, I have a waveform name. Sound name. Oh, I don't. Okay, well, we can cheat anyways. That's fine. Square. If we're in square, we're going to triangle. If we're triangle, we go to sawtooth. If we're in sawtooth or anything else, we go to sine. Sawtooth. Sine. Square. Triangle. So there's the 10 keys to play and stop. So I'm less worried about the waveforms. My major is applied IT, but the listed profession is a parasite. Applied physics and electrical engineering with masters in signal and image processing. Yikes. Don't let the hairs get to you. Applied IT sounds very useful. I'm mostly just glad that there's somebody that will do IT. As a software developer, like the last thing I want to deal with is everybody's IT problems. So major respect to those that are good at it. Okay, So I don't care about the popping at the end of a generated waveform like this. Is that audio very clean? Triangle. Am I hearing crackling? Is that just me? Coursework suggests a managerial position. Is it possible to up the volume on the application? Okay. So these ones I'm less worried about. Let's see here. I had... So... Am I hearing popping in that? Back to low volume. Hopefully I've already fixed that and there's just enough of a delay. We can go louder if you want. I also don't want to kill anybody's ears. You can go higher. Okay, let's do this then. Let's see here. That is a bit loud on my ears, so I'm going to turn down my headphones if it'll let me. There we go. So if I do this, so I'm hearing crackling. Am I the only one hearing crackling? Buffer underflow. Okay. I don't remember that being an issue before, so let's just go to sound. I know that the frames per buffer we're setting to 256 frames per buffer. We can up that. Let's just double it. Make it a bigger buffer, bigger frames per buffer. A little bit. Sounds less though. Let's go to 1024. Be entirely dictated by the sample rate and the latency. Lots of popping. Okay, so you're saying I should be able to derive this value from the suggested latency, which is the default low output latency, and the sample rate. Some integer thing. So my latency is the amount of time, which is, I don't know what units. Let me look at what type it even is. It's probably a float. Suggested latency is a PA time, and it's a double. Okay. So given a latency and a frequency, which is how many samples, how many frames we play per second. So it's times our sample frequency, which is our sample rate. So you're saying something like that, if I'm not mistaken, yes? Where's frames per buffer used? Does the callback not get told how many samples? Yes, but I tell it when I initialize the process to say what the frames per buffer is. So almost 4,000. Um, there's some popping still. So let's see here. Sound. Um, frames per. Yeah, so let's see. We set it here when we set our output stream. Frames per buffer. So I guess we need to do this. It would help if we computed that before we set it. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Still hear popping. No, I hear popping in the middle. Query what latency is actually used after the call. Let's see. Query what latency is actually used after the call to PA OpenStream. Adjusted latency. So if we make the call to open the stream, Let me see. Suggested. Oh. CPA stream parameters for description, output parameters must be null for input system. So, CPA stream parameters, just latency. The desired latency in seconds, where practical implementations should configure their latency based on these parameters. Otherwise, they may choose the closest viable latency instead. Unless the suggested latency is greater than the absolute upper limit for the device implementations, should round the suggested latency up to the next practical value to provide an equal or higher latency than suggested latency wherever possible. Actual latency values for an open stream may be retrieved using the input latency and output latency fields of the PA stream info structure returned by PA get stream info. There. Okay, so yes, we can query it. Pass in the stream, which is signal data.stream. We will get back okay. Output latency sample rate. Suggested latency. Yes, we do that. And actual suggested latency. Actual latency. Given info point to output latency. Log note requested rate. It's also a double, huh? 6F. I have it as an integer. That's very clever of me. Actually, let's set the rate. Info point to sample rate. There we go. We should have plenty of information now. If there are big differences, you should see it. One should always close an executable before attempting to overwrite it. Rules to live by. for 100 over our times samples per second times 0.09 seconds. 3969 samples per buffer. In theory. Okay, so there's that. Being this bad. Okay, let's do something else. Let's play an actual playback sound. So this one you can hear it pretty well, the click at the end. Click, click. Frames per buffer of 0. Most heard popping at the end. Did I miss popping in the middle? Maybe it's my headphones. I don't know this API at all, so grain of salt. Yeah, haven't worked with audio. You know, me neither before. Well, I mean, I have, but using much higher level APIs. This is about as low as I could get it, where it didn't make me feel sad. The docs strongly suggest frames per buffer of 0, meaning port audio decides. Okay. EA frames per buffer unspecified. So in theory, that's probably the 0 you were talking about. Yeah, that's a 0. Okay. So we do that. Then the question becomes, okay, well, just because I calculated that doesn't mean that's what it actually is. I'm hearing popping in the middle still. So it might just be my headphones if nobody else hears it. Yeah, yeah. You don't hear any in the middle? Oh, okay, so it's just my headphones. Okay, good. I guess it's time to get new headphones if I'm going to do audio engineering at all. Okay, then the popping in the end. So I think C gave us. So you can hear the honk honk, then a small tick. Can you hear that tick at the end? Semi-crappy built-in audio of my laptop, though. Okay, that you hear. Good. So it's not just me. All right. So minor improvements made. Frames per buffer. I'm gonna leave that one alone. This one is going away. Come back to that. Go away. Okay. So that no longer exists. It is a gone concept. Uninitialized data at the end of the stream. Yes. All right. So we've already done a bit of a study on this. Let's see here. Sounds. It was back in the journal somewhere. Okay. Where was it? Subsequence. Sound click problem. Okay. Verified the last. So on the previous stream, the last frame I fill with zeros all the way to the end. The sound file itself ends in zeros, so even if we didn't fill the whole, if we filled the whole buffer, it would be all zeros. And the last frame would end with zeros if there was buffer left after we filled it. I played it with Audacity so that it's not just my headphones. And Audacity does not have that weird pop. It's not samples per buffer. Okay. That's now out of date. It's not stop versus abort. There's two different calls to stop playback. Generated tones have the same pop, but I kind of expect that with generated tone being cut off mid-cycle. I don't care about that one. We're not really using this. I thought we did a whole nother mini study on sound, but yeah, let's go back to sound. There was a value called debug log enable. Debug log enabled equals false. So when we're going through filling up our buffers, here it says if our sample count is equal to the last sample, we can write out the last sample and say log more stuff. After which, it will tell us exactly what we're filling with. And it better be all zeros because of this. So that buffer should be filled with zeros. Buffer is filled at the end of all that mess. Frames per buffer, which is being passed to us. So when we play a sound, we'll detect the last sample, write it out, then fill the rest of the buffer with zeros, and we'll see all those get written out. And There's nothing debugged in. Okay, so we should see the last sample and then all the zeros afterwards. That's my theory. Have you tried the free art? Might be usable for you. Oh, well. Yeah, I haven't really. I've basically just done crappy programmer art. We got a couple more technical things to go through, and then we'll probably try to do some mediocre, like upgrade from crappy programmer art to mediocre programmer art. Oh, that's not a minute. Um, but yeah, it's right now the art is not my top priority. Maybe if I don't make anything reasonable, I'll go to Fiverr or something. Mission denied. Okay. So, oh yeah. Oh, the audio latency. Cool. Then we play sounds. Oh, crank up the volume. Okay. Do, 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 do. Here we are. Increase the volume. Playing C. Where? Oh. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Playing this. Frames per buffer 576. Last value was not actually 0, but we do fill the entire rest of the buffer with zeros. Like that's, what is that? 576 minus 436. It is 140 samples of 0 at the end. It's all zeros. Buffer was filled. I'm kind of anxious that max samples is passed into the callback from user data, not from port audio itself. That's semi-fair. So I can, when I play a tone, I can set a duration. Like I can say, when I play the C sine wave tone, play it for a quarter of a second instead of play it forever or until I release the key and manually stop the sound. So then I calculate the number of samples and I pass that in. When I set, let's see here, init sound set file. Set the waveform to none so that it knows to look in this data. We get the index of the sound from the warehouse by name. We get the PCM data. We know the PCM sample count. That's for volume control. Set the volume that we get by default. Set duration is the number of PCM sample counts divided by 2. If the duration is greater than 0, then we calculate our maximum samples based on that. So that's, well, port audio will never know the maximum sample count anyways, right? Port audio just keeps filling frames until we tell it to stop. Now, to be fair, there may be a little bit of cart and horse issues here. So we have the PCM sample count, which is the total byte size divided by 2. Because there's a left and a right entry. So PCM sample count should be the maximum sample count after the separation. Did we do that? True, probably. Yeah. But I was computing a duration based on PCM sample count. And then from that, setting a maximum number of samples based on sample rate times duration, which should then truncate. So maybe we're not. So yeah, maybe I just need to do that. Okay. I still hear that darn click. See, the last sample written out by the PCM is the 0. And I fill the rest of it with a 0. We still get that darn click. Yeah, I agree. I fixed that in theory. In theory, that is correct. Can log even more information. Let's do sample count and max samples. I forgot what the callback looks like. Are we using the passed in frame count parameter? So the frames per buffer, we are using that one, yes. Definitely heard a click. Frames per buffer, sample 7,000 or 67,000 of that. So that's the last one. And the last value out of that audio file was a 0. We fill with zeros. .76 frames per buffer. So yeah. That click. I like that click. I don't know where it is. We're ending with a whole bunch of zeros. I got nothing. Okay. We can very, very quickly suppress the volume to 0 in the end of the last buffer. Maybe try a sample application and see if known good code produces the same problem. Yeah, so I've already loaded up the file in Audacity. Let's see here. At one point, and there was no click at the end. And this isn't just one sound file, it's small click. There's a small click at the end. So yeah, I know Audacity doesn't have it. It'll play all these sounds without the weird click. I don't got the file, I got the machine's audio subsystem. Okay. Well, let's bring up Audacity then. Do I have an OBS thing that'll show Audacity? Let's see here. Skip. Do I have Audacity? I do. Pop. Let's bring Audacity up. Here's some Audacity. Yeah, port audio interfacing with my stuff. I don't like that idea. Okay, so I'm going to assets, sounds. Which one was the one? C was the audio file. Error one dot. Okay, that's named something. Error 1.wav is digi error 2x. So bring that into Audacity. Here we go. So this is the waveform. And like this is a ridiculous amount of zeros at the end, after which it clicks. So now I have Audacity sharing audio in OBS. Capture cursor, capture audio. Okay. So I don't hear it click at the end. Oh, write the smallest reproduction possible. Sample code is that more or less? Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay. Well, so anyways, here's the Audacity. It's all zeros all the way to the end. So I need a smaller program that loads up port audio. It just barely plays this sound. Okay. Yeah, I'd probably have to repro that off stream, but that's probably a good idea. Okay, certainly willing to work through that. Hmm. Port audio pop at end. Yeah, so that's a good idea. Write myself an absolute minimum application. Tips on clicking noises. That's. Hmm. I don't know. Yeah. So they have their example. Let's see here. Port audio example. Example programs. Store to input like a fuzzbox. Mono ASIO channel select. Ocean short. Generate pink noise using the Gardner method. Generate pink noise using the Gardner method. Tests full duplex blocking I/O. Nope. I don't want to record anything. Play a simple sawtooth. Play a sine wave. Surround sound. Right sine. They want to use the blocking API. Most of their examples are blocking. Oh, well, let's see. So let's see. I guess I should show it on the. So this is table size, PA test callback, which, if I remember, is what I used to base my own application off of. There's their stream finished callback. I, of course, don't want a sine wave. Stop stream, close stream, terminate. PA sleep. On an error, PA terminate. Okay. Well, maybe this will do. Oh. Logging itself may cause buffer underflows in the future if we're unlucky. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and it only logs while I'm filling the last buffer anyways, which when I don't have that enabled, there's the click still. So it's not causing any additional clicking. Okay. That's not helpful at all. Okay. Um, oh gosh. Okay. This is terrible. Why HTML? Why? Is there not a raw view? Examples. Okay. Oh, there we go. No. Uh, why? Why can't I get a raw version of this file? Okay. No. There's no raw. Okay. Inspect. I need this sidebar to go. Really, it's per line? Oh my gosh. I hate the internet. Okay. I still know how to deal with this, but it doesn't mean I have to like it. 175. Source, PA sign test.c, template new, paste everything. Then okay, that's the file. Make file. We're gonna make a new build rule. PA test. We're just gonna include everything, even though we don't need it. You should not need the object files, but we will need the lib files. It's not main, it's PA sign test. .c dash o PA test .c. Sure, we can try that. PA test. Unexpected end of file. And of course, browser is blocking the code. Ah, okay. All right. No more browser. Back to the code. Okay. So I'm told that this file doesn't end. Oh, that's why. The wrong thing was not ending. Okay, then /source PA test. Oh gosh. Oh geez. Oh gosh. Okay. That was hideous. I don't think I have Emacs outputting audio to OBS. So if I close Audacity. Okay. If I promise to give you a warning, this is a very loud noise and it is very, very annoying. So watch your headphones. We'll run it in 3, 2, 1, go. Could you tell if there was a pop at the end or not? It was loud, it was obnoxious. So, option 2, couldn't hear it. Really? In theory, oh, well, window capture. Let's see, what if I just bounce? Let me move it over here so I can see the audio response. If I just bounce the ring the bell, it's not outputting sound that you can hear. Okay. Let's try desktop audio. Are you hearing any noise out of Emacs? I'm bouncing the bell key. I have desktop audio turned on. It's a little quiet. Maybe if we crank it up. Oh, there we go. There's some desktop audio. Okay. This could be very loud. So, in 3, 2, 1. Apologies. Could you hear if there was a pop at the end? All I know is I do not need 5 seconds of that. Try one more time. Okay, we'll go short. It's only 1 second. Ready? 3, 2, 1. It's a little harder to tell with sine wave. So, yeah, still popped. Okay. So, port audio and my machine are a bad mix? Is that what I'm hearing? I don't like that answer. That answer makes me sad. because that implies there's not much I can do about it. At the same time, we shouldn't be too surprised since it's a sign that might be chopped at the end. Yes. Yes, that is true. So, option 2 is I get a sound like that chime that we know ends in a lot of zeros. Test callback and see if that pops. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Let's go to sign test. Where do we fill this sign table? Sign I equals 0. It is a lot of zeros. Okay. It's going to be 1 second worth of zeros, so it's exactly 44,100 zeros times 2. I think that's all we have to do there. Okay, running 1 second of silence in 3, 2, 1. I did not hear a pop. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. So, this is not an interesting test case per se. I should probably load an actual audio file into my table. He's running at PA load 32. A lot of zeros might require code to load a file. Yep. So, if I have time in today's stream, but we do have some example code in our assets, tools, embed, wave files, where we read this file right there. So read file is where we get riff and wave. Audacity can dump raw PCM. Okay, so maybe we don't have to parse a wave file. That's always preferable. That means we can't just use this table. We have to store all of the PCM. What time are we at? Almost 6 o'clock. Oh, been running. I've got 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Okay. Audacity. Digi error 2x. So that's this one. Export. Audio. Hmm. I know I can read a WAV file. I've written that code before, but not in 15 minutes. Select everything. MP3 WAV. Audio. Selected audio. No, I don't think it has raw PCM. So, yeah, I may have to change that. Okay. Edit. Select view transport. Tracks generate. Audacity. Export PCM. I can deal with the WAV file, I just don't want to right now. Okay. Actually, is AIFF contain nothing but PCM data? Lossless. It's a container format. Okay, so I can just use the WAV. All right. I know how to read a WAV. It just takes time, which we are pretty much out of. 555. So what we're going to do is we're going to wrap up the stream. Oh, we have, let's see here. Sound. We're going to go ahead and comment out with debug log enabled stuff for now. Okay. Journal. Examined audio output. What did we do? Minimal command line port audio to play with. Need to export audio data from sound file for testing. Okay. Where are we at? I don't want to add the PA sign test right now. Let's add Gerald to do Make file is not getting an update. Sandbox. Okay, we did make some changes to sound, not the source sound, that I'm happy with. So we can just save those. Git status, or git our status. Commit action. Updates to sound, still testing, and pop. Okay. So here's what we do at the end of the week in our journal. We look at how many lines of code we have. So see source, word count lines. We are in the next week or two going to look at a better measurement. Just install Audacity, file export, export audio, other uncompressed files, header, raw, headerless. Okay. Coding 32-bit float seems like it might be it. Okay. So my Audacity may need to be updated. File, export. Export audio. Other uncompressed files. Oh, header. I see. I see. There was more I needed to go at. So it's all probably here. Header, raw, headerless, and 32-bit float. Okay, that's probably what I need. You're right. I did not look down this far at format options. Which means we should be able to... I don't remember where I exported that. That was clever of me. That one. Export audio. It's in my Audacity folder? Good heavens. Okay, it's in my sounds folder now. Okay, so that should fix that one. So we can play back the audio. Okay. So we're at a mere 334,000 lines of code, of which some of these are generated. And we also don't want sandbox anything here. Oh. Okay. Fine. .hp, start warehouse, start CP, start sandbox. There we go. That looks like a better number. Netcode. Oops. This from this. We're to 15,000 lines of code. Last week we ended with that much. 15,261. Which means we've only added 238 lines of code this week, but we did remove the shader code store, moved shader code store. It was about 140 lines. And a lot of it was refactoring, not building a ton of new functionality. So we will, in the next 3 weeks, write some scripts to look at churn instead of total volume of lines. I will look up, after this video is posted, how long we've spent on project by totaling up the hours of video. It'll give me an hours and a floating point number, and then we'll figure out how many lines of code we added per hour. Every 4 weeks, I do a 4-week summary, and instead of lines of code, we're going to do churn instead. So this is going to be less useful, but basically, this is a really slow week for me. We're kind of past the point in this project where we're adding code willy-nilly, and we're more refactoring things as we go. So churn will be a much more useful measure. Okay, so release. Let's build in a release mode. Compile clean release. And see how our executables are looking. That'll take a second. And while it's doing that, this table needs to go away. Left phase equals right phase equals 0. Yeah, we're gonna have to load something else in there. Because of errors. Oh, sandbox doesn't get allowed in release mode. I did not want to clean that though. So I'm going to run a build. So close. So we could look at this file. In hex mode. This sound ends with an awful lot of zeros. There's our audio data. Ostensibly left, right. An awful lot of this is zeros at the end. I don't see any way that this form is getting clipped. Yeah, so I started looking at git log stat. There's certain kinds of information that I want. In fact, I hope some notes, but the churn it can give will include all of my embedded data. So I have to be able to eliminate files from that analysis, which I can, yeah, I don't remember. I looked up the documentation. Let's see here. It was in compiler documentation. To-do. Let's see here. Get lines of code so that we can do it like a relative. Turn. Yeah. Lines added, lines removed. It would be nice if it would catch lines that just changed, that weren't removed or added, but I don't think we can do that. The main issue is we have the warehouse and the sandbox that we want to ignore out of that, so. So yeah, I just haven't written the script yet. And we may have to go through the actual diffs themselves to get the churn we want. Not sure yet. I'll have to look at it. Compilation. Oh, it did finish. Okay. So, it's like get log find dash name start.cpp / not dash name generated. Yeah, something like that. I'll have to play with Git to coerce it. So, for example, like I don't care about white space changes. There's definitely going to be a no white space look in the diff. Things like that. Let's run the release build. And play. Let's get our frames per second up here. 16, 15, 14,000, 100 frames per second. Still looks like 16, 17 mostly. Oh, belts. Okay. All right. So into our journal, our frames per second was, I don't know, probably 1600. And the size. $14 megabytes, it looks like. Oops. Kilo, mega, yep. 14 megabytes. What was that last week? Yeah, more 14 megabytes. We haven't added that much size to our stuff. We haven't added a lot of resources. Okay, so with that done, I will off stream load a wave file into that PA test, and then we can check it out on Monday. Tomorrow is compiler day, so join for that. If you are interested, I do have a Discord server where I put announcements when I'm going to stream, and there's also a Twitter. Old videos are on the YouTube and the Rumble. So yeah, thanks for joining me. Thanks for all the chatting, and especially rcrnstn. I'm trying to think if that's short for something that I just can't think of. For all the help. You are very helpful. That was great. And yeah, we'll hopefully get this port audio click bug put to rest. That's a big item I've been putting off for a while. It's not big. It's annoying. It's an annoying click. All right. So thanks again, and I'll catch you later. Oh wait, we should probably raid somebody. We should raid Travis. We can raid Travis. He is working on a game engine in C's and with Vulkan. It's usually pretty interesting. Let's try this. Do we need a raid phrase or something? Yeah, thanks for joining the stream. Much appreciated. So stream, we're gonna raid Travis Roman. Have a wonderful day. We'll catch you next time.